editor-in-chief of the Africa Report, a monthly African politics and business magazine. Patrick, thank you very much indeed for joining us. You're a very busy man, so we appreciate your taking the time to talk to us, and a very happy new year to you. And your reporting suggests Nigeria's security crisis is now being fought not just at home, but in Washington. I mean, how unusual is it for an internal African security issue to escalate to this level of what I might call US lobbying warfare?
Yeah, greetings, Charles, and Happy New Year to you and all your viewers. It's actually par for the course within the American system. The lobbying issue, the lobbying operations in the US are very much part of the political bargaining system there. You know, for example, I can give you the case of a senior State Department
Let us pray. For God in heaven, Almighty Creator, the ancients of the ancient, the maker of the heavens and the earth, who created everything that the mind of a living soul can imagine, but none created thee. That is why we say you are immortal, you are invisible, you are omnipotent. This very God that every generation who has ever had the grace of knowing thee has always testified to your goodness. That is the same God that we kneel and bow before. This God is our refuge and our strength, a very present help, even in this time of Janjaweed trouble, even in this time of Fulani rage and terrorism. Therefore, we shall fear no evil. This IPOB shall fear no evil. Even if the whole world is against us, even if Britain intensifies their effort to cross this very light of hope in sub-Saharan Africa, even though they shake the mountains, even though the seas may rise, even though they may give all the weapons and ammunition to the Zoological Republic, no matter what they do, no matter how they foment their rage, it doesn't matter to us. For God, Biafra, is in the land of Biafra. We shall never ever be moved. This God of the ancients will help us now and forevermore. For Biafra shall come, and this Lord of hosts is with us. Biafra, the same God of Jacob, this same God of Shadrach and Meshach and Abednego, this God that never abandons his people, this same God is our refuge. And we proclaim it unashamedly that this God that we kneel and bow before, we shall worship thee, for Biafra is your promise. Your word is yea and amen. Instead of your word not to come to pass, heaven and earth will cease to exist. But on this very hope we anchor all our belief that Biafra shall come in our time, and we pray that it come this very year, that your glory may be made manifest in the lives of men, that we may kneel and bow before thee. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Biafrans, and welcome to the Breaking Space. Today is 20 January 2026. From my location is after 6 p.m. You are highly welcome. Thank you so much for joining this space today. Thank you, our leaders in detention. We are here to continue what you started, and we will not rest until Biafra is restored. Thank you for leading us from the front line. Thank you, our Prime Minister, Okuchukwunkere. God bless you wherever you are, as you are still pressing button. Thank you, our lobbyist, Mazi Elias, in charge of Washington and Madison LLC. Thank you so much for shaking the foundation of Nigeria and putting them on the flight mode, and they are still flying up till now and they have not landed. Confusion is everywhere. Thank you, our Minister of Information, Okokonde. We love you. God bless you wherever you are. And our BDF, our shield, we say thank you so much for protecting the land of Biafra. We've gathered again, once again, Biafrans. I welcome all of us to Briggy Space. The space that you can only get verified information, not the one that they will open and 3 people will be there in 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, run 24 hours, and then they will shut down.
come to Bricky Space where it matters, where you see talented speakers. I welcome all the speakers and all the listeners. Please kindly share the space as you have joined. We are not going to spend more than 2 hours or the highest 2.5 hours. Yeah, it's just to keep on, giving information to Biafrans so that they will know that Biafra is here. So welcome. I can see our minister in the house. Let us appreciate our ministers. I can see the original Mama, Minister Mama Betty, the intelligent woman. Welcome. We are happy to see you, to have you in our midst. I have not seen any other one for now. Yeah. So thank you so much. Thank you, our sister, Obi Chicago. My sister, you know they sleep. God bless you. God bless you, Obi Chicago. Chai, God bless you. Ata, Ndewo, welcome. Benowa, welcome. Ndewo, Emeji, come do, Pupurowo. Beast, come do. Mazeria, come do. Senator, the senator, come do. No, Ikuku. You know, when I say come do, that is, you should understand that I am from Itayana. An Italian woman, he's hosting the space, so I must greet you with my dialect. Comdo, if I let me speak the real Italian, Ati de Medi, Ade de Rage Amedi, Ade de Samuel Amedi, Ade de CEO is Amedi, Ade de Ebu Amedi, Ade de Holland Amedi, Ade de Echoes Amedi, Ade de Sam Amedi, Adede Biafra Freedom Amedi, Adede Onyeju Amedi, we call a man Adede. Ego Igwe Amedi Komdo, Sisi Komdo, Calamity Adede, Medio Doris, Doris Abaipa. Abaipa Doris Amedi, Eyo, Dede Chivo Amedi, Nwambo Amedi, Rock Amedi, you see? Because we need to start to speak this our dialects. You know, our sister Stella has joined. How do we recall him? Ne or Ekam Amedi. Senior citizens Stella Ekamdo Amedi Pupro. Good news Amedi. Abasedio Mukerego. Abasedio Mukerego means God bless everyone. Thank you so much. Yeah. So let us quickly go straight to the topic. As I said, we'll not spend more than 2.5 hours. Please, if you are free, kindly identify, so that I can send the co-host to you. Give to Frank. Aljaya Bayipa Amedi. Men of Steel. Adede Amedi. As people will be joining, I will be recognizing them. So, thank you so much and welcome to this space. And I just want us to understand something right from the start. This is not another conversation about suffering. No, you can look at the topic. DC lobbying war. Biafra outsmarts Nigeria and we are winning again and we will continue to win. So it is not about begging the world to feel sorry for us. No, this conversation is about winning and winning and winning and winning. And we dream to win more with our J and our Ejema. Yes. That is what the space is all about today. So, my speakers and I will try as much as we can to show you exactly how Biafra is winning in Washington, D.C. right now as we speak. While Nigeria is busy spending $9 million and they are still losing their ground, Biafra will continue to win. So Biafra is not coming, Biafra is here. Yes, and Nigeria, $9 million can't stop what time and truth, have already set in motion. It is rolling. Nobody can stop it. They're already in motion. No one can stop it. We saw exactly what happened a few days ago. I think that was January 19, if I'm not mistaken. That 160 worshippers were abducted from churches in Kaduna State during Sunday morning service. According to the news, that armed bandits with sophisticated weapons, women, children, seniors, they were all taken away. And as I speak to you, 163 of them are still being held in captivity. And when I read, I saw that 9 escaped. The Christian Association of Nigeria has confirmed it. But immediately they confirmed it, that what happened, police came out and said it is a lie. They should prove, there should be evidence. International media has also reported it. So all these things happening, and Kaduna Police Commissioner called the report false and challenged anyone to list the names of the alleged victim. You see what is happening? That sounds very familiar to all of us that have gathered in this space and those that will listen to this space later. The government deny what everyone can see. This is the reason that they are paying $9 million US for the lobbies that, in fact, they are doing their business. We can't blame them to come out and lie that there is no genocide in Nigeria, that they are protecting Christians. And we could see a few days after how they are protecting Christians with this kidnap of one. On this is the one that the news have carried. What of those that the news have not carried? They have concealed it. You see? So, okay, Roland, I'll send it to you. So, while those 160 people were being kidnapped in Kaduna, where do you think Nigerian government was focusing their attention? Washington, D.C. To do what? To fight Briggy. To fight our Mazi Obongelias. They just signed that $9 million contract with one of the most expensive lobbying firm in America. $750,000 every month. They've already given deposit 4.5 upfront payment, and the contract will run till June this year. And it can be auto-renewed if Nigeria wants to keep paying. But I wonder how they will keep paying when the lobbies are already messing up. We will come to screwdriver salesman later. So why would the government spend such amount of money in Washington, D.C., while they cannot protect worshippers in church on Sunday morning? And the aim of that payment was to tell the United States of America that Christians are being protected. Why now Christians? Why have they removed Muslims? That is a question mark that they have to answer. So that is what we'll be talking about this night. Biafra is winning this war, my people. And Nigeria knows it very well. You see? This is the reason they are spending a fortune trying to stop what is already in motion, and we will not allow them to do so. We are winning, but we can do more if we support this freedom and support our lobbyists with a J and a J man. There's a lobbyist committee. Kylie joined the lobby committee. We had town hall meeting on Sunday, and God touched the heart of Biafrans. They donated. But we have to keep on donating. The list is not ending soon. Go and join the lobbying committee. Throw in whatever you have. You can see now that there is a diplomatic war. The center of this war is in Washington, D.C., where it is the seat of our prime minister. It is the seat of our prime minister. You see how lucky we are that we have a prime minister in the state or in the country where the war is going on, where the diplomatic war is going on. This is the reason why we voted him into power, our Prime Minister Ogechukwu Nkere. Because they need to see someone who can sign documents when they need signatures, not going to prison, Sokoto prison or Finland prison, or telling the person that is even inviting him for a meeting, wait, so let me travel to Finland, I'm coming back. And they'll ask him, where are you going? He will say, I need to take the document, our Prime Minister is in detention. They'll say, you are not a serious person. So those of you that are fighting this freedom with emotions, please keep it one side. You don't love Simon Ekpa more than us. Yes. But the world have seen that we are very serious. That for us to go to this extent and follow our charter, what is written in our charter, the scale they've given to us is 10, which is the highest scale. Now they know that we are serious to govern ourselves. No sentiment attached to it, no emotions attached to it. We want the best. So we have started now using our charter. In fact, I would say this is very first time that we have implemented what is in our charter legally. And the world is shocked. Even Nigeria is shocked because it can never happen in their country. This is the reason saboteurs are jumping up and down, scrambling, crying. You see? We have set the pace and it is rolling. Nothing can change it. What we have done is according to our charter that everybody voted. That same charter is what our Prime Minister, the previous one, held it and was dancing because he knows that he has given us something to live on, even when he is not there. You could hear when our Prime Minister said on Sunday, whether he is there or not, if he's not there, move on. Don't expect to get instruction from him wherever he is. Move on. Biafra is bigger than an individual. It is a nation that has been sanctified. And to God be the glory, we have a structure that is keeping us rolling. You see? So I want us to understand. Roland, you've been kicked out. Oh my God. Let me send it again. Yeah. So I want us to understand the battlefield, what lobbying really is, before we start the space properly. So before we talk about who is winning, so let us just quickly explain what this lobbying war actually is, because most people don't understand how power really works in Washington, D.C. And we've had, Roland, say hi before I start. Say good morning to our people.
All right, my madam. My greetings from here. I want to say thank you, and thank you again. Greetings to Biafrans and lovers of freedom, everyone that make their singular time to grace this space. We appreciate because you are spending your time, which we value so much, that you give attention to that which really matter. What matter is nothing but freedom, and freedom you people have cherished, and that we value you. I want to say thank you for being here. I want to say thank you for the government of the RGIE and all the cabinet that has given us the privilege to stand by as the media, lending out the voice to the public and to the world at large to make known and expose Nigeria of their all atrocity, both in the past and to the present. And we thank you very much, our Oyendu, who did it and started it, and was taken over by our former Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa. We want to really say a great thanks to them because their sacrifice has really brought us far this way, and that is why we are stood resilient and focused to have a very great and a very wonderful seat of power that has been able to get a representative of the voice of BLGI in the person of Ogechukwu Nkiri, our newly elected Prime Minister, of which we are fortunate to have him there. And we want to say thank him for everything that he has been putting in place in line with all that has been laid down. He took it strong and is really working hard on that. When he was carrying the bag up and down and being introduced to voice that really matter in this very powerful world, it was like a joke before Nigeria eyes and all the saboteur. But right now, we have been able to bring them on board and expose them, making them to run etasketan and forcing them to spend millions in dollars in order to prove what? To prove what which is right, and they can never turn that which is right to be wrong because every evidences and all that has been laid and verified according to all the agents of the Congress that has visited Nigeria with their eyewitness has brought something on the table for them to know that Nigeria is a fraud. And that we stood, and that we are still fighting, and that we must definitely win. As such, we need to abreast every Biafrans and lovers of freedom continuously until we finally get our recognition and stand again to the utmost end with United States and everyone that stand along with them to fight this monster to their teeth and send them back into exile and to their side where they belong. And so, please, Biafrans, one thing you will do is to engage by sharing and support that which the government has actually brought on board, support them strongly, and fight alongside with them, with your agent and agent man, as we engage the space to begin to expose. I want to say thank you, my host, and I appreciate the opportunity. You're all welcome once again. Thank you.
Thank you, my co-host, for your submission and greetings to the house. We welcome our original COS. Welcome, sir. We appreciate your presence. God bless you for joining us. So please, if you are just joining the space, kindly share the space. At least sharing the space is free. So my people, as I said, we just have 2.5 hours to spend. So let's get rolling. Yeah. So the news is no more new, but the effect is still ongoing right now. Nigeria lobbied DCI for $9 million. You know, Nigeria did not just hire people to make phone calls. They were selective in their lobbying firm. And they hired one of the most connected Republican lobbying firm in America. They have built relationship over decades with the congressional staffers as well, even with committee members, the think tanks, even federal agencies. These are the people who write policy memos and who even brief senators for votes and to some extent shape what information reaches decision makers. And if you compare to Biafra, we hired Washington and Madison, a firm that is run by Obon Mazi Elias, you know, and you cannot compare financially what we have to that of Nigeria, but that is not a problem for us because truth is on our side. We have all the evidence that they need. We are not lying. Our lobbies is not out there lying. So there is no way to exaggerate or overpay just to conceal lies and the blood of people. It will not fly. And the reason why we've gone this far is because we are speaking out there and we are transparent in what we are saying. Evidence-based message is what we are giving out to the senators who have given our Mazi Elias and our Prime Minister listening ears. So that is why we are winning. It's not about the size or the amount of money, no. It is about legitimacy and credibility. Is there anything our lobbyists have told the congresspersons that they've not verified to be true? Now, compared to what the Nigerian lobbyists is telling them. Before they even open their mouth and say Jack Robinson, they kill people in Nigeria. They are now screwing all forms of lies just to downgrade our lobbyists. We have seen it in the screwdriver salesman, projecting him that the information that led to the airstrike came from this man. They just want to push aside the work of our lobbyists. But they all want to know that it is the Biafra Republic government lobbyists, Washington and Madison, that created the awareness to get into the ears of President Trump. Not the screwdriver salesman. No. We know the game Nigeria is trying to play. So, my people, on paper, if you look at it, it looks like David versus Goliath. Nigeria has 10 times our budget, and they have bigger connections. But you know what? We are winning them, even at that. But here is what Patrick Smith exposed on his interview with Arise TV that changes everything. We already know who Patrick is, so we'll not go into detail. I'm going to paraphrase what he says in his analysis. He said that security trackers documented over 10,000 people killed in violent attacks in Nigeria last year, even though he gave underestimated numbers, because there are more than that have died. More than 100,000 people were killed last year by the terrorists. But he said over 10,000. He said that's Ukraine-level casualty numbers. That's low-level conflict zone statistics. He classified Nigeria as a low-level conflict zone. Because what? He's a British. So he's bound to protect Nigeria. So we don't blame him. in what he said. And he made it clear that this violence affects everyone, not just one region, not just one religion. Every Nigerian citizen could be subjected to this violence. Because of time, I cannot play it. You see, that was what he said. But if you look at where it's even getting more interesting, you see that Patrick observation, excuse me, revealed the fundamental problem Nigeria faces in Washington, D.C. You cannot lobby away reality. Nigeria cannot spend $1 million to convince American policymakers that everything is fine. When more than, I'm not going to stick to the 10,000 because over 100,000 people were killed in Nigeria. When more than 100,000 plus are dying every year in Nigeria. So you can't hire the best lobbyists in the world to say, we are protecting Christians, which is what is in their contract. When 160 worshippers just got kidnapped during Sunday service, day before yesterday. So this is why Nigeria is actually losing in Washington, D.C., despite spending more money. Their narrative is collapsing under the weight of facts. And Biafra lobbyists, our Mazi Elias, don't need to outspend them. We just need to be, the credible alternative source when American policymakers realize that they are being fed with lies. We have to grab this opportunity. But how do we grab it? My people say, Afiredu Rorewa, a dog poo is the strength of the dog. In the case of our lobbying firm, a Gemma and a J is the strength, is the oxygen that we need to give to them to continue breathing. While Nigeria is there feeding the senators and policymakers with lies, we should be there to feed them with truth. And because they're already seen us as a credible alternative source for information. They don't believe Nigeria. The more reason Rally Moore had to travel to Nigeria with his team for fact-finding. Even when the lobbyists have received $4.5 million as upfront payment on December 12th. And they signed their contract December 17, 2025. You see? So there is a way lobbying works in practice because this is very, very important and we have to look at it. Why am I spending time? So that Biafrans that are with brainwashed that we don't need lobbyists will know the importance of lobbying. Without your lobbyists, you cannot go anywhere. If lobbying was not important, why did Nigerian government, despite making direct contract, Ribadu, to be precise, despite making direct contract with the Secretary of the Department of War, he organized meeting, and of course, Patrick confirmed it using their diplomatic relations. He has that direct access. Why then did they still go and seek for a lobbying firm if lobbying was not important? Lobbying is very, very important, and they're not going to lobby with saliva. You must pay them. So we need everybody to come back. Join the lobbying team. Our COS is in charge of that team. Follow him in X. Follow him, get his Telegram. Follow him if you want to join. He will add you to the group. We need more people to join that team. So now, when a congressional staffer needs information about Nigeria, they have three options. Is either they listen to Nigerian lobbyists, or they listen to our lobbyists, Biafran lobbyists, or they can do their own research. Now you see Nigeria is spending $9 million to make sure they are the first voice in that staffer's ears. But what happens when the staffer turn on the news and see reports about church kidnappings? What happens when human rights organization publish reports contradicting everything Nigerians lobbyists are saying? The staffers start looking for alternative sources. And that is where we come in. That is where Biafra lobbyists step in. Not with propaganda. Not with the emotional appeals. Please help us. Please. No. But with documented facts, verifiable data, and coherent analysis that explains what is really happening in the contraption called Nigeria. So this is what winning in Washington, D.C. looks like. It is not about immediate recognition. It is not about the UN intervening tomorrow. It is about becoming the trusted source of information in a city where information is power. So it's about building institutional knowledge that becomes impossible to erase. Even money cannot erase it. Tears cannot even erase it. Because you can cry from now till tomorrow, tears will not erase it. If tears wanted to help anybody in this world, according to the Bible, tears would have helped Job. But tears cannot help anyone when you are supposed to present facts. Tears will not help you. And how do we present the facts? We need your funding. Nothing, all of these things I'm mentioning is not free. Money is being spent. You see? Because they are there to tell lies, they had to go and carry out what I call the screwdriver salesman scandal. This is the Nigerian first epic fail. This is what happens when you spend millions of dollars on lobbying, but your strategy is built on lies. Because this is the story that is circulating in Washington, D.C. right now. And it is genuinely embarrassing for Nigeria. This is the first thing the lobbying firm could do to bring up propaganda. So that, no, it was not Briggy. No, it is Briggy. Briggy heralded the genocide of Christians in Nigeria. On December 25th, 2025, that was Christmas Day, the United States of America conducted an airstrike in Nigeria. Their Christmas gift. An American military force used on Nigeria territory. We could saw what happened the next day. Nigeria Foreign Minister, Yusuf Tuga, he released an official statement explaining what happened. I'm not even looking at what news media released. I'm talking about the foreign minister, Nigeria Foreign Minister, Tuga, released by himself. He said the airstrike was the result of structured security cooperation. Structured security cooperation and shared intelligence between Nigeria and the United States. That was what he wrote in summary. There was nothing like a screwdriver salesman. They are doing this so that when you now go, but you say, it's not Briggy that is working. It is the Biafra Republic government in exile that gave documented fact and evidence, that raised a war cry that Biafrans are dying, Christians are dying in Nigeria. So that is the official Nigerian government position. And the whole world, they started in Nigeria. Hey, Tinubu ordered the airstrike. Tinubu ordered the airstrike, and Tinubu had to run away and escape, and go into hiding. Since that time, we saw him yesterday. If it is true, or maybe it is an old video. Tinubu had to escape for his life because Muslims were all out for him. So this was a joint operation based on intelligence sharing between allies. But what happened in January 18? New York Times, that was a day before yesterday. New York Times published, and no wonder Trump called them a fake newspaper. And what they released is so shocking that even Nigerians are so ashamed of their own government right now as I speak. The screwdriver salesman behind Trump's airstrike in Nigeria. What? You see, when I read the story, you have to pay some money to get the full gist. Because I wanted to really know what is happening. So in summary, this man called Emeka from Onitsha that sells screwdrivers for a living. And somehow this screwdriver salesman became the primary source of information, according to them, that influenced United States military policy on Nigeria. Oh my God. This man claimed that 125,000 Christians had been killed in Nigeria since 2009. And he claimed that 20,000 churches has been destroyed. He cited these numbers in meetings, in presentations, and in advocacy work. You see? And according to New York Times, investigation. This information influenced the decision making that led to the Christmas Day airstrike. You see, it is very devastating because when the New York Times asked this man where he got these numbers from, I know all of you might have heard the story as well. He said, I Googled it. I Googled it. The data that influenced a whole United States military airstrike on Nigerian territory came from a man who Googled it. What are we talking about? Nigeria just spent $9 million to hire DCI Group, one of the most expensive lobbying firms in Washington, D.C., to manage their narrative and protect their image. And the first major story that breaks after they signed this contract is Screwdriver that Googled to give data to, oh my goodness me. An exposure in the New York Times revealing that the U.S. policy on Nigeria has been influenced by unverified Google searches from a screwdriver trader. Oh my God. I want to pass a message to the DCI that this is not what successful lobby looks like. This is what desperation looks like. You are desperate to do your work so that they will not tell you, yeah, give us the refund. Because the first instrumental payment they gave to you, a terrorist were pumped on 25th December while you received your money on 12th December. You couldn't stop it. You couldn't also stop the visit of Raleigh Moore to Benue State for fact-finding, when he came back and said he has never seen such a devastating thing before in his life. He gave testimonies from people, and they also recorded them. They have videos to back up. So it's not something that will be erased from their memories. He said he cannot forget. He can never forget that thing. So the deposit money, the upfront money that they paid these lobbies couldn't stop this move. Now Nigeria defenders, if you are in this page, you say, but wait, this isn't just DCIA growth fault. They just got hired. And that's partly true. You see? Here is what professional lobbyists are supposed to prevent. When you pay $750,000 per month for lobbying, you are not just paying for advocacy. You are paying for crisis management, for crying out loud. You are paying for narrative control. You are paying for people who can, pick up the phone, call journalists, and provide alternative sources before a story like this goes to print. DCI Group couldn't do this. They couldn't stop this story because they are behind the story. They gave approval before this story was published in New York Times. And the story, the worst part is that the story that directly contradicts Nigeria's official narrative. Remember, the foreign affairs minister have already said that this was shared intelligence between allies. But New York Times is reporting that it was influenced by a screwdriver salesman. Google searches. Which one is true? Because both cannot be true. This is the contradiction that is now visible to everyone in Washington, D.C. Who should they now rely on for information, verified information? The Biafra Republic government lobbyists. You see? The New York Times didn't just report on this Emeka, Ume Balasio. They also interviewed Bishop Kuka. Bishop Kuka, now, he has two mouths. Bishop Kuka said someone should be supporting, someone who should be supporting, I'm quoting him, someone who should be supporting Nigeria's narrative about protecting Christians. He said, I am paraphrasing the sentiment. He said that person should focus on the fact that the Nigeria state is weak and doesn't have the capacity to protect its people. That's the meaning of what Kuka said. That's a Nigerian bishop contradicting Nigeria's government on the record in the New York Times news. Can you see why Nigeria is panicking? Can you see why they are spending millions of dollars? How does a serious country lose its credibility so badly that global policy is shaped by a Google search instead of its official intelligence? Please, I want someone to pick up from there briefly before we continue. I'm really trying to manage time before we go to the next session. So upon all that I've discussed about the screwdriver, salesman, screwdriver salesman, and the battle that is going on in Washington, D.C., please, what do you have to say on this with this little discussion question here? I don't know if anybody is free. How does a serious country lose its credibility so badly, that is, if I thought they were serious, that global policy is shaped by a Google search instead of its official intelligence? My co-host, are you there, or I should continue? Please, anybody is free to pick up the mic and elaborate more on this before we go to the next one. Thank you.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes. 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 Yes.
Yes, it's obvious and very, very quite unfortunate for Nigeria because, Nigeria is a poor plantation.
Sorry, my co-host. Are you using earpod?
Oh, let me.
Your voice is not clear.
Okay, so just a second. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now it's better.
Yeah. Nigeria is a faulty foundation built on lies, and the only approved way they can thrive is when they have a cohort. And from both sides of the mouth is quite obvious. A man who is on their side out of pressure, who has denied his faith by his action and his way, in the person of Bishop Kuka. Why is he not saying Nigeria has failed? Nigeria has failed. You know that quite sure and all right. And it is obvious even before the so-called US, even now before the issue of lobbies came in, Nigerians, they are not much more aware to understand that no US intelligence are obvious on ground to get detail of what is happening even to them. No, just for them to clarify and be on the right path and holding something on ground, it doesn't look as if they are just acting on one side alone. They decided to send their representative in the limo, who led the team down to Nigeria, for obvious clarity and eyewitness to brief the House and the government of US about the atrocity taking place in Nigeria. And it was quite obvious, with evidences and proven facts, that no such can never be tolerated in any part of the world that's even evil like this is being carried out in Nigeria. So there is no way every single day that we wake up that you don't wake up to see one or two atrocity, at least a life of Nigeria going down in their food. As such, you discover that they need to make up. And the only way to make up is for them to do what? Is for them to collaborate with one way or the other through their lobbying that they newly hired. Why? Because they need someone to partner and shade out their lives, and they are ready to do all that it will cost them. And that is why you see them coming up with huge sums of amounts, and there is nothing that can make them to have this winning ground. Why? Because the government involved in that Washington D.C. currently, in the person of our great father, the Donald J. Trump, is not a man that is going to be easily bought over. He cannot be bought over. Yes, that's just the truth. It's not like any other shaded country of the world that are pioneering and sponsoring terrorists in their hideout. And this man is highly much interested to see the freedom of every mankind. And as such, come to think about a maker someone called a maker as a screwdriver, eyewitness. What do you have to say when you discover, a fact-finding eyewitness and a Google finding that has no baseline of verification? So who are you going to listen to among the two? Despite the fact that even two of them that are now championing no evidences before their government, that is in the lobby firm representing the Nigeria, claim to be a voice for them in Washington, D.C., and even a fact-finding eyewitness that came to witness what was on ground and with evidences. And to date, much more evidences are still being floating out. Who are you going to listen to? You are going to definitely listen to that which is very much obvious and much more clarified. And so they have unclarified facts and I am so very much ashamed of this so-called shenanigans, liars, terrorist country called Nigeria, that the governor of Kaduna, obviously even on Sunday here, that about 150 Christians as well being a victim of this evil genocide that is taking place, yet denying it. These are facts, these are obvious that no, for any sane man we come to verify. What do they have to verify? They don't have anything to verify on Google until when they find their way down to see. And the facts are there. Kuka can no longer hide it again. And that is why he could simply say a failed state. And when the state is failed, there is nothing left for them to do, but rather to take a band of policy that must put them on absolute restriction, which the United States actually started with on the board on table of CPC and every other fine that are costed along with it. We really cherish and welcome that, and we want much more of that. No sanction, not only sanction, but punishment that is meant for his fealty to be meted on Nigeria, because they can no longer hold the center again. As such, there is no shenanigans of lie they will bring on board that can win this game against Biafrans, facts and figure truth that may known first-hand information that has been disposed before the government of the world. As such, there is no one that will be 100% willing to buy into this, and that is why we have this opportunity, just as my host rightly said, that the only oxygen that the lobby firm have to thrive with is nothing but our support. Our support will take them far. Our support will put them on the front line, irrespective of whatever amount the opposition can have as a upper hand against our lobbies. But we have come to meet a lobbyist who have come to love us for whom we are, love us for how we are, love us for our little way, and they are not complaining. So why will it not be an opportunity for us to fire down and continue to support the strength of that which lobbies are leveraged upon to work sincerely with us? So this is a clear call to before every Biafrans to wake up and do that which is needful. We are in the upper hand of opportunity, having it against the so-called terrorist nation called Nigeria, that no, we cannot find that opportunity like just any other time but now. So this is the green line and a very great opportunity for us to thrive with. And I will be calling and continue to call on every single one that value what freedom is all about, right from inception, putting your differences aside, set aside whatever thing that you can have is as ego, as reprobate a heart or mind, as your pride or whatever your self-centered target may be. Put it aside, considering it just as US will say, US first. Why don't you put it ahead of you, that Biafran first? your freedom is our freedom. Our freedom is your freedom. No one is going to take that away from you. When we get on, we sort our differences. Why don't you come on board, being on the part of this great move, and support them as we much needed support at this very time. So thank you very much, my host, and I am having someone on this space. I'm trying to bring it up. I don't know if you can bring it up from your side, Maker. Sorry, my host. I see your hand. You can take it up, man.
Yeah, thank you so much, my co-host. Please, as you are picking the mic, let's manage the times. I need to end this space exactly 6:30 Biafra time. Thank you so much. Thank you, my co-host, for that submission. Yes, I was also going through some information, but I want to play something here.
Cannot ignore the fact that there is Nigerian government complicity with these attacks. You saw some of our journalists in the documentary. We want to be an organization that tells the truth about what's happening in Nigeria, hence truthnigeria.com. I want to just kind of let everybody know and help you understand how Nigerian news works. If a Nigerian government official does not call for a news conference, the event did not exist. So in order for the narrative to get to the mainstream media, get picked up by Al Jazeera, get picked up by CNN, everything else, it comes from a Nigerian government source. From the very beginning, they determine the narrative, the reporters regurgitate the government narrative. We decided to give voice and try to help change that paradigm and created Truth Nigeria to document what is actually happening. How many of you guys know that there were 10 Christians killed in Kaduna just the other day? How many of you know that there were 30 Christians killed in Plateau just a week ago? How many of you know that besides the 280 Christians that were killed in Yellowwater on June 13th, we are now about over 500 Christians that have been killed total since Yellowwater? No one knows. The media is not reporting it. Well, that's why we formed Truth Nigeria, to talk about what is going on. But also, what we pointed out in the documentary that I'd like everybody to realize is that Truth Nigeria had information that the attack on Yellowwater was going to occur 3 weeks before the attack happened. Now, when we get a terror alert, we find information, we know attacks are going to occur. Our method is we issue a terror alert on our website, truthnigeria.com, but we also immediately call the local authorities. We notify the Nigerian military, the DSS, the Nigerian government, to let them know this is what we found out, this is our intelligence. Now, a day before the attack, we got word that there's movement happening. They are mobilizing, and they are coming for Yellowwater. So the day before, our team notified the government, the local authorities, the army, the police, said, hey, there's movement, they're coming, watch out. What happened? Absolutely nothing. The government stood by and did nothing with advance warning multiple times. In fact, there's a military fob with soldiers that was less than a kilometer away while the attacks were going on, shooting warning shots in the air, but did not engage the terrorists as people were being burned to death, hacked to death with machetes, and being slaughtered.
Yeah, because he called the attention of the wrong people. He called the attention of the terrorists. Nigerian military, Nigerian police, all of them are the terrorists. They will never respond to any emergency call. They will never, because they are the terrorists themselves. So for them to bring out this propaganda that the United States of America got their information of the airstrike attack on Christians and use those information that this man said he Googled is a national disgrace to them. And this is what they are paying $9 million for, to shift the source of US airstrike to a screwdriver salesman. Is a national embarrassment. Yeah, Ranger Free, you have the mic. Please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Is there any question to be answered, ma'am?
I don't know if you're just we were in the session of our lobbyists, the battle in Washington, D.C., and the framed story or narrative from the source to a screwdriver. Yeah, so just quickly talk on that, then we move on.
Okay, thank you very much. Greetings to you, great dear friends all over the world. Please, whenever any day we wake up that God gives us life, we should also pray as much as we pray for our leaders. Let us pray for the Nigerian. Let's also pray for Madam.
Sorry, shift from that place. Change the location, please. It's very noisy.
Is this still noisy? Is this still noisy like this?
Okay, now it's okay. At least it's manageable.
It's okay. It's okay this way. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, so like I was saying, any day that God gives us grace to be alive, when we wake up, let's pray for our leaders. Let us pray for the leader of the world, Donald J. Trump. A lot are upon his shoulders. Let us also pray for the likes of the Honorable Minister of Information and Madam Tutos. Madam Tutos, you know that you are a very dangerous object in the face of Nigeria. And please don't joke with your prayers as well. Always pray. We do pray for you too. And to every other person that is a frontliner in the media, these are the primary target to the enemy. Let's not forget about this prayer. So greetings to great Biafrans all over the world. To our current and serving Prime Minister, His Excellency Yogi Kere. To our former Prime Minister, His Excellency Martin Simon Biafra beloved. To our leader, Massive and two great leaders that are serving from prison today. Participated one kidnapped petition, sentenced to life imprisonment, the other one just lay in prison for so of the right to speak against the genocide that Nigeria is paying $9 million the cover of the rules of the genocide condemning, and even went further to serve as security mechanism, defend their Biafra who are predominantly Christians, traditionalists of this genocide that has been carried out against us for decades. The reason why they are respect to the entire Biafra defense forces. And about the topic, nobody is going to actually take Nigeria seriously. Everything that is happening today, the world is watching Nigeria. The head of the terrorist gang in the world is Iran. And the world knows very well, the international community knows very well that Nigeria is working with Iran. So what are they working Iran for? Nigeria being in alliance with Iran, with the Islamic regime of Iran. Are they working together to keep Americans safe? Are they working together to keep Israel safe? Are they working together to keep Christians safe? And we know the target of the Islamic regime of Iran, to wipe out all the Christians, to wipe out all the Jews, to wipe out America. So these are clear facts that are not hidden. Like the last time that October 7, right, when the Hamas carried out that terrorist act against the Israelis, no? After a few months later, one of the top leaders of Hamas visited Nigeria, and keeps happening on and on like that. So when you see Nigeria going to lie, raising money to hire lobbyists to lie to cover up the blood of Christians they have killed, upon whom genocide has carried out.
It is only a very corrupt country that will take Nigeria seriously. It is only a country that is as corrupt, that as bad, that as hostile towards Christians and other religions. And is benefiting from Nigeria, usually like Britain, France. These are the only countries that are going to take Nigeria seriously. You understand that any country that believes in civilization, that believes in, that has respect for humans' life, are going to take Nigeria seriously. Because even if you see the alliances that Nigeria are into, few months ago or few weeks ago, the Iranian envoy came to Boku Sodima in Imo State, because they know that that is the killer they are using to massacre the Christians in their towns and their numbers. So this is why they came to meet Boku Sodima. So did they come to meet Boku Sodima to keep Christians safe? No. They did not come to meet Boku Sodima to keep America safe. No. The essence of that meeting is to gang up against the children of God, to gang up against Israel, is to gang up against America, is to gang up against Christians, Jewish, traditionalists, and any other religion that doesn't align to them. You understand? So somehow it is very, very difficult that your friends are armed robbers. All your friends that you have, they are armed robbers. That you claim to me that you are a pastor. How? How possible is that? So the thing is that normally, if Nigeria still have any integrity, they don't really need to hire lobbyists, because they have all the platforms through which can easily walk to America and tell their own part of the story, you understand? Such as ambassadors and all those things. But because Nigeria doesn't have integrity, how could Nigeria even have the integrity when the president of Nigeria today, he cannot visit America? That same place that the Prime Minister of Biafra, Ogechi is visiting frequently every now and then, that Washington, D.C., the president of Nigeria today cannot go to that place because of his past record. And many of the politicians that sit in Nigeria, they can't even go to that place as well. So when you see the likes of Bishop Ukukabi, what did they call him? I don't even know. You understand? Compromising themselves, contradicting themselves. Nigeria is saying this, Bishop Ukuka is saying this. It's simply because they have been given a lot of money. So they choose money over the defense of Christians. They choose money over the blood of Christians. So those are Nigerian pastors for you, you understand? So these are the things that really discourage a lot of us, that we no longer go to church again, that when Biafra comes, you understand, when Biafra comes, we start going to church, because the kind of church system we are having in Nigeria now is the kind that goes with money, you understand? So when they choose money over the lives of the people, they worship money, they care more about money than the lives of people, you understand? So Nigeria has lost all integrity. Kudos to Biafra Republic government in exile that has even exposed everything about them, that has exposed them to the United States of America, and today the radar is upon Nigeria. So all we are just asking, if the war is going on there, you might think that it doesn't concern you, that you are not fighting for Biafra, but as it is going on in Washington, D.C., don't even forget that it's going on here in Homeland too. For you to win in Washington, D.C., and you bring attention of America to the point that America came to Nigeria, gun ablazing, thousands of the terrorists were taken out. Don't forget, these enemies we are fighting against, know the person that reported it. For years, a lot of Christians have been killed. A lot of innocent babies, women, and children, civilians, population have been killed. America did not have the time of Nigeria. No country has the time for Nigeria. But within few past years now, about 2 years or thereabout, that BRGI came to the scene. Look at what is happening because of your activity. First, you submitted petition. After the petition, you went on a congressional briefing. You understand? So as soon as that was done, you can see the heat coming upon Nigeria now. So please let us try to stay together. Let's not get deceived. Please, any department you find yourself, media, military, follower, leadership, please let us unite, let us be one. Let's speak in one voice. Unite and put our resources together and get our freedom. Thank you very much. I yield the mic and can see that most man is up.
Thank you, Reg. Thank you for your submission. Yeah, we have to make it snappy because I want to go to the next session. But before I go, Senator is here, and after Senator Onyenye, Senator, you have the mic, please. Senator, yeah.
Yes, just give me only 1 minute.
Are you in the other room? Should I give to Onyenye to start? Onyenye, one of Biafra. I know you don't take much. Okay, you are free now. Okay, Senator. Ngwanu.
Yes, just give me 30 seconds now. I will be with you.
Okay, we are waiting. If it will take more than 30 seconds, then maybe Onyenye should have the mic. Onyenye, are you there?
No, I'm here now. Thank you so much.
Okay. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
With all protocols observed. Good morning, dear friends. It's very unfortunate what this company themselves, the lobbyists, Nigerian lobbyists, what they are doing, because they are just rubbing mud to their name with the topic that they are defending and the evidences, the type of evidence that they are bringing on board. Because they don't want to say it. Biafran people are the one doing this thing without knowing that the world already know about it. You know, what is happening, what they are doing. Then another question, one question I want to ask them is, since they are saying, they are concluding that both Christians and Muslims are being killed, right? Okay, let someone ask them, how many imams have been killed so far? And how many Islamic churches, these are Muslim mosques, have been burnt so far? This is what they should take into consideration before deciding, before knowing really who is killing who. You know, before they will, this is, you can't defend it, what is happening. You can't defend anything. Anything you defend will make you, these people, this company, I'm telling you, within some years now, they are going to become irrelevant because no company will be calling them. They will bring themselves down. You know, that's the only thing I just want to make clear now for the world to know what people are defending. Because Nigeria, what Nigeria has been doing, that 9 million, they don't know what to do with it. They could have used it, deal with these terrorists, bring out their corpses, let the world see them that they are doing it. Okay, why should I even say that they are defending Christians? Why should you defend Christians when you say Christians are not being killed, or it is not only Christians that are being killed? You want to defend Christians now? You don't. Okay, you don't want to defend Muslims. Does it make any sense? It doesn't. Thank you so much. I'm busy right now. I will speak again later.
Thank you, Senator. That was smart enough. Onyenye, are you there? Please share the space as you are joining. Oh, this space will not stay long. Please share the space. Because no, there, whoa. I can see Totiville, there, whoa, Minister 1 million, there, whoa, Medi, Abasudio, Minister Love, they are locked band, there, whoa, Medi, oh. Hey, our beautiful Eunice Wada, come no, Medi, hey. Yeah, Onyenye, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, you have the mic. I've also sent you co-host. I don't know if you've seen it.
No, I did not see any co-host. So.
Okay, I will send it.
Yeah, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all Biafrans. Once again, you are highly welcome to this Omona meeting because Here is where we preach the gospel of this freedom. I just want to react about Nigeria and their useless lobbies and whatever they think they are doing. So many things is really going on. Nigeria is looking for every reason or everything to give as their reason of downfall. One, they said one screwdriver. After they have paid $9 million US to fight against BRGIA lobbies, now they have now shifted to one screwdriver. I look at, in fact, anybody that take Nigeria serious, these people know the game they are playing. They just want to drag away tension or drag away people's, to make people start discussing about irrelevant things, to drive away concentration or whatever. They actually know what they are doing. They know who is dealing with them. They should know that it is the BRGIE that is dealing with them. They should know that it is our own lobbyists. Our Elias is dealing with them in the Washington, D.C. They should not forget that. You see, so many of our people don't know the game Nigerians are playing. One of the game Nigerians are playing started when they said they sack Christopher, this idiot that is their military chief. They sack him and later they brought him back and said that he's now the minister of whatever. This and they just wanted to use that thing to drag away people's, as in Americans, concentration, that they want to prove that Christian is also in their political, as in Christian also have position. That is just what they want to, without, you and I knows that this Musa just answering Christian name. This Christopher Musa is just answering Christian name for answering sake. He is one of them. But they did that in order for them to tell the world that they also are ready to bring Christian inside their fold. So I just want to use this opportunity to pass message to them that we know the takia they are playing, and we are not ready to fall in that they are useless takia. The fact remains that the only solution, the only thing we Biafrans want is our freedom, and nothing can stop it. Now they have started having meeting that there should be no division. America cannot divide them. I look at these people who give this northern useless, they call themselves northern leaders, who give them the right to decide for we, the people of Biafra, that we must be together. Who give them that right and that privilege? You see, I just wish our people will come together. Let's just give these people to finish them. Let us just silence them. Pay them back in their own coin. Because whenever I remember the 1967, oh my God, I just wish I can just put my hand on the trigger and finish these people. To be honest, the kind of anger I have over these people, God help me. If I am opportune to be on the ground, what I will do to all these Fulanis will be very, very terrible. So without wasting much of our time, you don't have a lot of time, I will just hang it here and also wait to the next topic you want to introduce. Thank you very much. I yield my mic here. Thank you.
Thank you, Onyenye, one of Biafra land. Onyenye, please, you act in that capacity. I don't want to take that risk. You know, last time I wanted to refresh, I couldn't join the space again. So please act in that capacity of a co-host, okay? Please. Before I give the mic to our mama, our Lokma is in the house. Please, this is confusing for me. Please, can somebody explain this news headline from Arise News? We have so many English teachers here. Let me read it. Maybe it is me that doesn't understand. It says 11 hours ago, troops arrested a high-profile arms dealer in Anambra and recovered weapons in Taraba during coordinated operations, military authorities disclosed in Abuja. I'm trying to connect. Please, because this is the same thing like the screwdriver intelligence. Let me read it again. Troops arrested a high-profile arms dealer in Anambra and recovered weapons in Taraba during coordinated operations, military authorities disclosed in Abuja. Please, is there any correlation between these news headlines? Let me read again for the last time. Troops arrested a high-profile arms dealer in Anambra, Biafra land, and then recovered weapons in Taraba during coordinated operations. Military authorities disclosed in Abuja. Olokpa, Olokpa, you have the mic before I go to the next session. Welcome, our minister. Hello, my dear. What time is it? It's still morning by my end. Good morning, my dear tutors. Good night, my dear Olokpa. Welcome. Good morning, dear friends. I wasn't here earlier, so I don't even know about who is the screwdriver. Is it a mechanic or a carpenter? But let that one sit. You are saying the DC lobbying with war, Biafra, what? Outsmarts Nigeria, and we are winning again. Of course, we have to win. You can't hide. Oh, did I greet my fellow citizens? All right. If I didn't, I'm sorry. There were no more Biafra. So, Nigeria is a government, is a pathological liar. Because in their head, I hope I'm coming out. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
yes,
we can hear you. Yeah. Because all they know is to lie. And you can't fault them. Nigeria was built on lie, operates on lie, flourish on lie. So you expecting them to tell the truth is like trying to change blood color from red to white. It's not going to happen. Nigeria will continue to lie because that's their emblem. That's their characteristics. Nigeria is saying that they are not killing Christians. They're spending 9 million for that, just to come and tell the world we are not killing Christians. I just saw, was it yesterday? Is it 200 people or more than 150 people, Christians, kidnapped in the church, in the midst of the lie? Okay, let's follow their own line of argument. It's not Christians alone that are killed. They kill Muslims. All right. Is there anywhere in this world a country have in their constitution to kill their citizens? They lie so much that they don't even realize that they are lying because it's part of them. If the Muslims are Nigerian citizens, the Christians are also their citizens, and now you admit that both parties are being killed, and you do nothing. Are you implying that it is your constitutional right to kill your citizens? If yes, can those people going to change the narrative explain to the world why you are killing your citizens? When you finish killing your citizens, are you going to be government of the graveyard? You see, Nigeria always lie. The same way they send the crazy woman called Oge or whatever to go and say, oh, we have problem, we need help to face to take care of the terrorists. The next thing you are seeing, they're bombing Benin Republic. I mean, can they stop lying, for God's sake? Can somebody send them a message? Tell them that all you're doing is a lie and the world is tired of hearing lies. Why can't you keep quiet? You won't be charged for keeping quiet, but you're going to be charged for lying. You know, because first you deceive yourself. Second, you deceive your citizens. Third, you want to deceive the entire world. And you're paying $9 million for the lie. Your citizens are starving to death. You don't have money to feed them. You don't have money to pay salaries. Forget about infrastructure. Just feed them. Let them be alive. You don't have money. But you have $9 million to come and tell the entire world that you are killing your citizens and it is all right. I don't get it. Maybe it's my brain. But you know what? Biafrans, if you don't enjoy this lying machine, come out and defend yourself. You don't have to carry a gun. You can carry your pocket, your Eje and Ejema, and support your government. Nigeria knows who is giving them trouble. It is your government, no other person, no other group. It is your government. They have tried to hide it, like a woman trying to hide pregnancy. But sooner or later, it will be in the public. You're pregnant. Even if you don't admit it, when the baby show up, you tell us which market to buy the baby. So Nigerian government has been avoiding pronouncing the name of this government until now. What is that telling you, sitting on the fence? Come out and support your government. You only have one government, the Biafran government in exile, and also the de facto at homeland. We are defending our homeland. We are pursuing international recognition. Those are the two assignments. Not yag on the media. That doesn't hold water. Please, my people, let's join hands and support our government and get our freedom. Our freedom is here. Let nobody deceive you. If you cannot see it, can't you feel it? Our freedom is here. We just need to come together as a unit and do the needful. Ndewo no mo Biafra.
Ndewo. Sister Tuta, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
I don't need to act in the capacity of the co-host now. Oh yeah, 1 million. Yalla, hammer it. Minister, 1 million. Go ahead. Thank you. Oh, make I appreciate our minister. Olokpa, thank you so much for your information. Thank you. God bless you. Yeah, 1 million. Go ahead, please.
You know, Olokpa is my mommy, so if you are not appreciate her, me I will appreciate her because as it be like this now, the matter don't enter gear. And every day I will just be laugh because this lie is getting too much.
And I never seen lie where they lie. You can't go use about $9 million and $9 billion to say go the not be the lie. Knowing fully well that
1 million. 1 million wait. That one we need to change that one. Make it not go be like a local way with the year for Nigeria. You get any better name where we call and maybe we will remove this Olopa. Because now Nigeria they call it. Now just waiting on one tip in. Thank you.
Well, first of all, leave our mommy for us anyhow it be. So you see now for our people, because me I will continue to talk to our people because you see when that journalist they analyze that Nigerian journalist with their agents. When they analyze what they analyze, if you see the way they're serious, you know, balance for chair, the other one's focus for television, the other one balance for studio. Very serious business. Because the matter now, they don't discuss the matter inside, discuss the matter, you know, as in, so they just want to disgrace themselves openly. So they think say maybe what they do that day, now to control the narrative. But you know, when narrative, when you don't consume something, you know, when you want vomit out, you don't get control. You don't even get time to move say, make you rush go toilet or make you rush go anywhere. Anyhow, anywhere we just for meet you there, and then you vomit everything. You understand? So now the wetin happen. So, but at least this kind of little message, those are our people. Sometimes our people don't let the wait, let the rain beat their head, but they don't understand the message. So, but at least with this kind of instance, because this one I'm not the same. We say maybe we go, maybe we go not be Nigeria agents or their media or this one that one. It's everybody not here. They use their hand come out because they want control the narrative. They want control the ones where they say they don't manage to straight. You know, the one just cause people fear for our body. Say let know say you know, so we don't even love him with $9 million. If an son they pay or they love him with how much $1,000, we now we love him with $9 million. All those kind of that was the narrative. Not even waiting that they talk for the background. Not be that one. No, it's not really the important. That one, I just within themselves, and you know they try to control the narrative. But that $1 million, so now waiting the one you say put threats, you know, for those baby Biafras, what you say no understand the game. But the most amazing part of it is that at the end of the day, even before, how many times, even though you know say sometimes maybe person they not mention Biafra government in exile now, they will say maybe some criminals now, when they say the group of criminals we gather themselves, they look for gangs, when they say they want deceive. There was some time they will say you see as soon as they talk about. But before our eyes now, when we check about balance now, when this journalist now, this international journalist, when he wanted this Mugu waiting for zoo, for inside studio, you know, that's a glorified Mugu, you know, educated fools. He want try to talk like a British, instead of to talk like a Fulani man. He want to talk like a British English. Not that's the thing they destroy these people. But at the end of the day, white man and white man, she tell her the truth. She tell her say, you get one government, you know. This government, they call them Biafran government in Ezra. You don't call them a man people group, their organization. You don't call them CCC Malamugu, their group organization. He said Biafran government in Ezra. It gets any other thing 1 year. All those our mama, our papa, all those also say now your year professor, year doctor, they just speak all those people, all those people are not the one understand. On our just gather as soon as here. Some of them see they Europe, some of them they abroad, they everywhere. See the kind of line where this one I want allow on ourselves to. In fact, for these people to even deceive on for a very long time this to be. With this kind of exposition, it never reach on to take come and support the right part. Just imagine, they're not mentioning any other. The only government that is them. They don't even call them group. They don't call them this thing. They call them finish. The Biafra government in exile. Go and listen to that interview again. Then you understand. So if this government now, when they talk, who will come and come on and say we as Biafrans, say this is our government. Who will they tell on a bad government in exile? And I will see because I never see her for homeland, because I never see police. I never say our army, they carry this people. People see the we tell on and say, now all those kind of this thing I want. For Biafra land, our leader don't already tell us, say, on an go see all those, like, where all these two, they carry their gun and their this thing for streets. So make una know they listen make anybody when they use all those kind of zoo mentality, all those kind of zoo picture. Make una know they use that zoo mentality or that zoo picture to dey picture that country. That they have this Biafra all the time. Because anything when they put on the reason they compare zoo with Biafra, people go they easily they deceive on that. But anything when make una come up in our mind totally from anything concerning that zoo, then make una begin to the picture the kind of future we be say we will fight for. Then nobody, nothing, we don't get anything anybody want tell on that we be say they will use to get one. Because the problem is that now we not be our leaders, not be our government, not be them the problem. Now we the citizens, now we they try to target. Sometimes we go here say they go attack government, they kidnap our leader, they kidnap prime minister, they kidnap ex-prime minister, they do this one, they do that one. If you say na those people that they do, people will be say already they successful, people will be say God already blessed, you will be say that they fight for, will be say that they suffer, you can't move. Then they don't do all those ones, all those people they do that they use that to take targets. You can't plant some criminals among us to use that to take deceive you. Then you know if you use your brain to take think, to take reason, to take no from your left and right. Okay, now apart from all those things, now since you don't use your brain, with this interview now when we just see they do, because more will still come out. But how I wish say it not go day too late for you to realize, because this foolishness, I don't know how I want to explain them anymore. Especially to our people, because me, I no go come here now, come dey analyze or come dey talk any talk. Because what we need now support, funding. Because this opportunity and this advantage we will get, if many of us no fit capture, no fit see this advantage we will get, no will make very good use of it at this particular time. Then I'm very sorry because definitely, whether with or without you, definitely what you find it must come because it is the will of God. Because you cannot tell me that I mean the sacrifice of our forefathers during 1970 days, even the sacrifice of our leaders and those that have that have sacrificed even with their life innocently. You cannot tell me that those things will be in vain. You cannot tell me that the sacrifice that our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is sacrificing will be there. So for that reason, just have it in mind that Biafra is here. Even from what you are saying, you should know. So if you are not supporting, if you are not funding, if you are still confused, if you are still among those who are still hell bent, that is your own business. But this is an opportunity for you to keep in and support what you are doing. Let me give the mic here because of my location for now. Thank you very much, our host. Thank you very much, co-host, everybody. When I have the opportunity, I will also come in again to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister 1 million. Ndewo, our minister. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Yes, Biafrans, let us continue. Yeah.
Because concerning the news that you read now, so please, I wanted to even tell you to stop reading that thing again because how can I explain this kind of thing? You said somebody was arrested in Biafra land. Because let me just assume Biafra land, okay, or Anambra State, like you said. And the criminal that you say you arrested in Anambra State, then whatsoever, how come did you now recover whatsoever? You now recover in Taraba. Then the other one was now in Abuja. These people are they okay? Are they? Is something that must be very very wrong because during the Mommy's Betty program yesterday or so, I saw her when she was playing a video where one journalist that always visits Nigeria, was analyzing how the so-called journalist was, exposing how the so-called journalists in Nigeria and how these politicians, how they manipulate the kind of news that is being projected out there. This is the kind of exposition that he discovered, and he was just trying to, make the world to understand that everything that is coming from the Nigerian journalists are all false. So we have said it before, and we know that, but we keep any little opportunity we have, we keep using it to expose them more because we are not just saying it, but we are saying it with evidence. So at least everything is there but we won't want to see. So, Biafrans, I don't know what we are waiting for. This is an opportunity for us to do the move. To use this opportunity, just knowing that this opportunity, we will never ever see it again. But by then, by the grace of God, Biafra will be here and our leaders will be out. It's all right. Thank you very much. I'll leave my here.
Thank you so much, Minister 1 Million. There will be Biafrans. I salute all of you. Please share the space because now let's look at why Biafrans were labeled destabilizing element. You know, as our ministers have spoken, if Biafrans know that the world hates us, unquote, especially when we talk about freedom, and every time they want to label us with names that if someone should hear it, it will detest the person. Something happened in 2021 that I want to connect to this new category that the Nigerian terrorist government have placed Biafrans as destabilizing elements. You know, when they signed the contract on behalf of Ribadu, after mentioning that the US should help them to fight the West African jihadist terrorists, they then said, and any destabilizing element, that is where you find Biafrans. Now, you see, for years, Nigeria has tried to get the United States to categorize Biafrans as terrorist organizations. They've tried it so many times. And in that time, we were IPOB. They want IPOB, they want MASOB, they want any group advocating for Biafra self-determination to be officially labeled as terrorist or destabilizing elements now that they've added recently by the US government. The target has always been the US government because that is the leading country where it matters. Once US labeled you a terrorist, then others will follow. The same thing. Once they recognize you, others will follow. That is the only country that decisions are made and others will follow. So, and they've spent enormous effort on this every time. But guess what? When they do it, they will fail. Each time they do it, they will fail. So I just want to let us or remind ourselves of what happened in 2021. To be precise, October 4, 2021. Maybe this will wake up Biafrans and bring them back home. Washington Times published an opinion piece by Ivan, I-V-A-N, Ivan Shehan, an American academic who is the executive director of the School of Public and International Affairs at the University of Baltimore. And when this publication was made, it was titled, listen to what they called us, US ignores. Some of us might have gone through this, but I think we have forgotten, or some still remember, or some might not even have heard about it. The title was US ignores small African terrorist group, IPOB, at its peril. That was the title of that publication. And Washington Times published it. Listen to the title again. US ignores small African terrorist group, IPOB, at its peril. And the article argued that the United States should designate IPOB, by that time we call IPOB, as a foreign terrorist organization. And it claimed IPOB was violent, dangerous, and a threat to stability. And Nigeria loved this article so much because they were the ones that sponsored this article. And they promoted it everywhere. They even used it in their advocacy. Nigerian media outlets published it, even government officials cited it, and all that and all that. But something happened, US, they are not stupid. They are not like Nigeria. Yes, so the Council on Foreign Relations, one of America's most influential foreign policy think tanks, published a direct response to this, and their analysis was devastating to the Nigerian argument. They explained that designating IPOB as a terrorist organization would be a mistake. Underline it, a mistake that does what? Risk causing a massive human rights crisis. My people, this fight to label us terrorists, to label us troublemakers, now they've added the stabilizing element did not start today. How I wish our people will come together and prove to the world that we are not what they claim that we are, that all that we are seeking is our freedom from Nigeria. So this man said this will be a very big mistake that risks causing a massive human rights crisis. And they pointed out that for a group to be designated as a foreign terrorist organization under U.S. law, it must threaten the security of U.S. nationals or the national security of the United States. And IPOB doesn't meet this criteria. That was our savior. Said, no, we have not met this criteria. We are not a threat to the security of U.S. nationals. Neither are we a threat to the national security of the United States. So why should they label us a terrorist? Remember, the title of the article was what? A small African terrorist group, IPOB. If you ignore it, if US should ignore it, they should ignore it at their own peril. I don't know if you are hearing me. So the Council on Foreign Relations made this observation, and he said, I'm quoting, as long as Biafran groups remain non-violent, they are legitimate expression by a people that feels marginalized and wrongly treated by the Nigerian government. Yes. Did you hear what the man said? I'm going to read it again. He said, from his observation, as long as Biafran groups remain non-violent, they are legitimate expressions by a people that feels marginalized and wrongly treated by the Nigerian government. This is not a Biafra propaganda. No. This was the report from the Council on Foreign Relations, United States of America. They defended us and said, no, we have been marginalized. We have been killed. We are non-violent people. Why should this Ivan, what is it? Wait, let me go back and look at the name of that person. Waiting with the name, sorry. Ivan, yeah. Why should he write out this kind of propaganda? Why should he carry this kind of headline that they should designate us a small African terrorist, IPOB? So the man said no. This council said no. The Council on Foreign Relations said no, it cannot happen. You see? Said it cannot happen. And then in September 2017, the U.S. State Department officially stated through their embassy spokesman and said, the indigenous people of Biafra is not a terrorist organization under U.S. law. They came out outrightly. But here is what is important for you to understand, my people. Very, very important. Nigeria has not given up on this strategy. They have not given up. That is the reason they're still fighting us till today. Part of what they are paying DCI group for to continue framing Biafran group as destabilizing. They've added another name down. They want them to frame us as violent people. They want them to frame us as extremist elements. They want American policymakers to see Biafra the same way they see Boko Haram or their terrorist bandits. And this is where Biafra lobby becomes absolutely critical. This is the reason why we must fund our lobbies. This is the reason why, if you can, I know that you can, we are not looking for big money, whatever you can, go and join the lobbying firm. Every money goes there. Contribute what you have. Give us your IOU. This is a diplomatic war. Whether you like Prime Minister Ogechukwu or not, Nigeria has labeled you as a destabilizing element. And what are we supposed to do? Go and join the lobbying firm. Go to our website and deposit money. This fight did not start today. And Nigeria is not wasting. You see what is happening? That is why they paid so much amount of money. Because if Nigeria succeed in getting even one American congressman or senator to start using the language they want them to use that categorize peaceful Biafran advocacy as terrorism, it changes the entire conversation. And you see, our Prime Minister Ogechukwu will not be able to meet with American officials again. Even our representative will get questioned at the airport. Our funding sources will get investigated. This is why having professional lobbyists in Washington, D.C. is not an option. It's not optional. It is existential. We must pay. Patrick Smith interview, I love listening to that man's interview. He revealed something very, very crucial about it. He noted that Nigeria is experiencing violence across the country, in the north, in the everywhere, including Biafra land. But Nigerian government has a double standard. They negotiate with bandits. They give them amnesty. They even host them in their government houses and reward them with money. But when it comes to Biafra, who we are advocating peacefully for self-determination, they call us terrorists. That was what Patrick said. Even Nigerian human rights activists are calling this out just yesterday. Ade Jangu, a Nigerian lawyer, also said it. He condemned the government policy of negotiating with terrorists while keeping Awonyendu in the prison. He said, I'm referencing him, these terrorists have committed far worse crimes than Nnamdi Kanu, who never physically killed anyone. That is a Nigerian activist pointing out this hypocrisy to them. And this is a kind of internal contradiction that makes Nigerian lobbying position in Washington, D.C. impossible to sustain. Now, my people, do you see what we are saying? This fight did not start today, and they are not giving up. They have come out to threaten us with money. I told you, they paid the deposit 4.5 on December 12, 2025. The balance is due June this year. The balance of 4.5. And who signed the contract? Ribadu. Why Ribadu? Because it is Islamic agenda. The Asta is from northern part. Ribadu is from northern part. Where did the money come from? OIC and every other Islamic organization. The contract was not signed on behalf of Nigeria or on behalf of Department of Defense of Nigeria or nothing, not even on behalf of Tinubu, not on behalf of the presidency that they like using every time, but on behalf of Ribadu. So I want to address something that will make all of us to be uncomfortable, but that is the truth. It is very, very critical I address this thing because the biggest risk to Biafra progress right now is not even the Nigerian 1 million lobbying campaign. The biggest risk is Biafra not understanding how close we are and not supporting the institution that are delivering these victories. That is the main problem that we have. That is the biggest risk. Yes. Because we have internal sabotage and division. People in our community right now who spend more time fighting each other than fighting Nigeria. They question every decision. They attack our leaders. We just finished election now. We have a prime minister that still say, no other prime minister than Simon. But oh yeah, go to Finland now. Go and give him paper to sign for you in Finland. Go to Finland. Go to Sokoto prison. Take your papers down there. They need their signatures. Oh yeah, go. These are the people that are spreading conspiracy theories about who is really in charge. And this is what Nigerians love. Nigeria's lobbies don't have to defeat us if we defeat ourselves. You see? So if you think about it from the Washington perspective, because that is where we are talking about now. When a congressional staffer is considering whether to support us, and they look at our community and see this constant infighting, what do they conclude? They may say we are not ready for independence. They may even say, we can't govern ourselves. We cannot afford this anymore. We have a prime minister. We have a government in exile. That is the institutional structure that we are talking about. Based on our charter, our laws, our bylaws. We have professional lobbies delivering results and we can see. Wait. 1 minute. Let me just play this thing small.
Are also lobbying Washington, calling for sanctions, recognition, and even future military and oil deals. I mean, how seriously are these groups being taken in U.S. policy, sir?
Well, serious enough that you've got people like Ted Cruz, who is the conservative senator who chairs the Senate Foreign Relations Committee.
Serious enough This is a British national telling you how serious our lobbyists are. Because they are a team. How serious they are. So why are you fighting them? Why are you not coming together? Why are you not bringing your resources together? Why is it every time you disagree with specific decisions? Why? Public fighting undermines our institutions. That is sabotage. And we all need to call it out as it is. It is not taking us anywhere. We have a second trait: personality worship and factional loyalty. If it is not this one, I will not follow. Because some people are more loyal to individual personalities than to the Biafra cause itself. They follow specific leaders like, cult of personality. And when those leaders have disagreement, bagam, which is normal in any political movement, their followers will turn those disagreements into wars. You begin to inherit another person's enemy. This is exactly what Nigeria wants. Divide and conquer has always been their strategy. As long as we are fractured into competing factions, we can't present a united front in Washington, D.C. We can't speak with one voice. We can't even coordinate our strategy. And the solution is very simple. Follow principles, not emotions. Follow strategy, not emotions. Not personalities. Support our Biafra Republic government in exile, not individuals. Don't support 1 million. Support the Biafra government in exile. Don't support Olokpa Minister Love. Support the institution, which is the Biafra Republic government in exile. Our goal is Biafra independence, not the glorification of one person. Biafra is bigger than one man or one person to handle. Everyone who contributes to that goal deserves respect. Everyone who undermines that goal, regardless of their title or popularity, needs to be held accountable. That is how government should be. We have another trait: disinformation and unrealistic expectations. Because I see this constantly on social media. Someone will post that, UN is about to recognize Biafra next week. Hey, UN is even in our backyard. What are you talking? Someone else will claim that America has already agreed to a military intervention. These are false claims, and they create unrealistic expectations to Biafrans. And, when those expectations aren't coming so fast as they portray it, people get discouraged and stop supporting the movement. Why do you tell people today we are getting Biafra? We have to be real. The truth is more powerful than false hypes over there. The truth is that we have made unprecedented progress in Washington, D.C. over the past 2 years. We need to do more. We have professional lobbyists who are, outmaneuvering Nigerian $9 million campaign. And we have created the Biafra Republic government in exile that is impossible to erase. And we have shifted the narrative from, Biafra is history to Biafra is a present tense political reality right now as we speak. That progress is real. That progress is measurable. And it is sustainable at the same time. But it requires patience. It requires strategic thinking. It requires consistent support. It requires funding. Yes, that is what we need. It doesn't require false claim that, that's set up for disappointment tomorrow. We have another trait that is troubling us so much. This is the climax. Funding fatigue. I added fatigue because it is a fatigue. And free rider problem. That is, yes, the hardest truth among all of them. If every Biafran in diaspora contributed at least 10 ejemma per, I'm saying every Biafran at least 10 ejemma per month, we would match Nigerian lobby's budget in 1 week. We will even, pay more than this. What is $9 million US? I'm saying $10, 10 ejemma every month from all the Biafrans in diaspora. Each person. We would have more money than Nigeria. But what happens instead? A small core of committed people fund everything, while millions of Biafra treat this like someone else's responsibility. Then tomorrow you come and look for position. You want to get free citizenship without sacrificing anything. That is a free rider problem. Everyone wants independence, but not everyone wants to contribute to achieving it. You are leaving it to these core people. Nigeria is spending $750,000 every single month because they know this is existential for them. So if we are serious about Biafra independence, we need to match that level of commitment. And we have the numbers to do it. Not that we don't have, we have. We just need coordination. Another trait that we have is distrust of our own institutions. My people say, I knew for my guru from that what does that mean? If you call your house kachara is Arabic. I would like all let me see if I can find any English to suit it. This is our proverb. If you call your house a tattered house, your neighbor will bring fire and set it ablaze for you because you started it. I think that is the best way I can translate it. Because this might be the most damaging threat of all. We have built an institution called Biafra Republic Government in Exile. Professional lobbyists. And they are representing us very well. And you could hear from Patrick that we are very serious, extremely effective. We have media platforms. That is why we have gathered here. These institutions are delivering results every day to the extent that Nigeria, they are on flight. They are not resting. They are the reason why we are winning in Washington, D.C. But I see people in our community constantly questioning Briggy and questioning all these institutions. Who elected them? Why should they elect them? How do we know the money is being used properly? Why should we trust them? And this question comes from a place of trauma. We've been disappointed before. We have seen leaders fail us. What are you talking about? But the reality is this. We will never achieve independence without these institutions. Are you going to say media should not exist? Are you going to say our lobbies should not exist? Are you going to say we should not have cabinet members? Are you going to say we should not have prime minister? We are not a ship without a sailor. No. I don't know if you are still hearing me. So we have a choice. We can continue questioning and undermining our own institutions until they collapse from lack of support, or we can strengthen them, hold them accountable through proper channel, and give them the resources that they need to deliver results. It's left for us to decide what we want. Nobody will decide for us. We are winning. We are winning in Washington, D.C. Even in the homeland, we are winning. Because some of us will be thinking, oh, we have lobbyists in Washington, D.C., we are spending this percentage monthly, Nigeria is spending this. When does UN recognize Biafra? When does America intervene? When do we get our country? Who are you asking? Who are you asking? If that is what you are expecting next month or next year, you are going to be disappointed. Lie down, prepare a cup of coffee, be sipping it small. You will be disappointed. Who are you asking all these questions? But if you understand what the actual faces of victory looks like in a lobbying campaign, you will realize how much progress we have already made and how close we are. We have made progress, but we need you because we want to make more. We have credible establishment. We have achieved that. Because this is where a movement goes from, being visible to being recognized as a legitimate actor. 10 years ago, let me ask, when someone in Washington, D.C. heard the word Biafra, they probably thought of 1960 civil war and starvation images. That is what always comes to their mind. That was our brand, That was our history and our suffering. Today, when congressional staffers hear Biafra, they know that there is an active political movement with professional representation in DC, just like what Patrick is saying. They know there are lobbies that can call for information. They know that there is a government in exile with institutional structure. So we have moved from history to present tense political actor. We have completed phase 1. We have also achieved phase 2, which is narrative dominance. What are we talking about here? This is where we are right now. Right now. This is the battlefield now, where Nigeria is spending millions of dollars. Narrative dominance, that when policymakers think about Nigeria, they automatically question its stability, which is what they're doing. False news, false narrative, fake news, right, left, center. It means when there is violence reported, people face, instinct is to ask, is Nigeria falling apart? Rather than, is this a temporary problem? Patrick analyzed this. He helped us to understand this phase that we are, this narrative dominance phase that we are. He noted in that interview that Nigeria's biggest enemy in Washington is not even Biafra, that it is time. Yes, he said it is time. Because every year that passes, Nigeria's arguments get weaker and weaker and weaker, while Biafra case gets stronger. So Nigeria is working with time now, they're panicking. Every year, more violence is documented. Every year, more contradictions are exposed. Every year, more Nigerians elites are leaving the country. Where are they going? You think they don't ask them? Every year, the evidence mounts that Nigeria is currently structured. Structured is not sustainable. Every year, their structure is no more sustainable. 10 years ago, if someone said Nigeria might break up, people in DC would start laughing. They would have laughed. 5 years ago, they might have, dismissed it as unlikely it will not happen. But today, the narrative has changed. There are think tanks analyzing partition scenarios happening in Nigeria right now. There are academic papers studying peaceful dissolution models that will take place in Nigeria very soon. That is, if we are ready. So that shift from impossible to let's study what happened if. They are now studying what will happen if Nigeria break up. And it is imminent. It has to. So we are winning. We are winning because we have institutional embedding. But are you part of this win? No. You are sitting on the fence, allowing certain group of people every Saturday, every week they gather. Your own is, even when they say join the Zoom, you will not join. You want to watch a blank screen from YouTube. Tell me, you cannot even hear anything. Log into the Zoom. You are waiting for Mama Betty. You are waiting for our information minister. You are waiting for Minister Snow to stream it. You are not even listening. You are not hearing anything. Just to on your TV and sit down there. Instead of you to get into the Zoom. Maybe from there you'll be challenged, at least to give your 1 AJ or 1 AJ. No, you don't want to do it. Download your Zoom. No, you don't. What else do you want? You want free citizenship. So Biafra has become part of how Washington talks about Nigeria in official capacities. It means congressional hearing where members of Congress mention Biafra by name. And now when they mention Biafra by name, our Prime Minister will not say, I am acting. He will say, I am the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic government in exile. Ngwanu, give me the document, I will sign. Not signing for or on behalf of. No. That era has passed. That era has passed. He cannot sign for or on behalf of. So we are starting to see the early stage of this institutional embedding taking place. The fact that this DCI group had to be hired. The fact that Nigeria is spending this $1 million. The fact that they are now, competing a lobbying campaign. All of these signals that Biafra is becoming embedded in institutional thinking about Nigeria. And the end game is policy leverage. Because this is when the United States conditions its support for Nigeria on governance reform. This is when international bodies recognize Biafra's right to self-determination. And when economic pressure makes negotiation inevitable for Nigeria. We are not there yet. But with your Eje and Ejema, we will reach there soon. You need to understand the distance between where we are now, which is the phase 2, and where we need to be, which is this phase 4, is shorter than the distance we have already traveled. It's shorter. Oh my goodness me. I don't know if I'm making sense or not. We are in the narrative dominance. But we need to go to the fourth phase, which is policy level. We need to reach this phase 4 very soon. And we cannot reach it with saliva. We are in phase 2 right now. Narrative dominance. The battlefield between us and Nigeria. With Eje and Ejema, we have to come together. Because Nigeria does not have time again on their side. Lots of, killings that have been documented. So many watchdogs are reporting directly to the United States Congress persons. So many contradictions are now visible to the world. And Patrick Smith made that observation in his interview. He said that Nigeria is afraid its internal contradictions are now visible to the world. And the Biafra is the lens exposing them. Because, for decades, Nigeria presented itself to the world as a united country, with internal challenges, yes, and that was corruption. There was corruption, there was violence, but the narrative was always, oh, we are working on it. Hey, don't attack our sovereignty. We are one Nigeria, give us time. But now, because of Biafra advocacy, because of our lobbyist professionalism, because of the institutional media where me and you are still staying here till now, that contradiction are impossible to hide. Very, very impossible. Every time they say they are protecting Christians, but Christians are being kidnapped from churches every week. 160 last Sunday. So if Nigeria is protecting Christians, why do Christians need armed guards in church every time? Why are rural areas completely insecure? Why is there no security pressure when bandits attack? Why? You will hear them say, hey, they respect rule of law and democracy. What are you talking about? But they categorize peaceful political advocacy as terrorism while negotiating with the actual armed terrorists. Biafra activists who have never killed anyone, our Onyendu, has been detained, locked up in Sokoto prison. Patrick said that data shows over 10,000 people have been killed. That it is not a regional violence. It is a national crisis level of insecurity. But what the Nigerian government said, they keep pretending everything is fine. The one that happened on Sunday, they came out and attacked a Khan president that is lying. Their foreign minister says the Christmas Day airstrike was based on shared intelligence between US and Nigeria. But what did New York Times report? It was influenced by a screwdriver salesman through Google search. So both things cannot be true. So which one is true? And why is Nigeria's own narrative contradicting itself? So these contradictions are not Biafran propaganda. These are documented facts that anyone in Washington, D.C. can verify. And this is why Nigeria is losing the narrative war, despite spending so much amount of money. Patrick said, Nigeria is lobbying to survive as a state, not to defeat Biafra. They are struggling. They are lobbying to survive because we have buried Nigeria. We have demoralized Nigeria. So they are lobbying to survive, not even to defeat Biafra, because we already defeated them. They are scrambling for air to breathe. They are scrambling for where, they will, repolish their faces and regain their image. It is not possible. So when you are spending millions to convince people that your country is not collapsing, you're already on defense. That's what it means. You are already on defense. But Biafra, on the other hand, is lobbying to exist. We are on offense. We are presenting an alternative vision, a stable one for that matter, a stable, independent Biafra that serves the Western interest as well. So Nigeria must collapse. I will yield my mic here. Minister Love, your hand was up. I will yield my mic here and pass my mic to Minister Love. Are you still there? Abby? Can you hear me at all?
Hello, my host.
Yeah.
I can hear you. You're on board. Everyone is hearing you. But please, before Minister Love come up, try to bring MID up. I've been trying to approve his request this morning.
Okay. Yeah, Minister Love, you have the mic if you are still there. Olokpa. I think she's not close to her mic. MID, you have the mic. Welcome.
Yeah, there were our Honorable
Amedi
Tutor. There were a condo.
Yeah. MID, a condo.
There were. I want to use the opportunity to thank all Biafrans and especially the office of our new elected and sworn in Prime Minister, Right Honorable Gichikunkere, and all his officials therein. And the same way, all our Biafrans listening here, especially our lady with electric light, our COS, Mr. Snow, 30 So, Veteran Dragon, everybody here present. So it is Biafra o'clock. And I just wanted to assure people that the result effect of our international diplomacy has opened a kind of hope for Europeans that are not affiliated with the colonial masters, the Europeans that are not affiliated with France and Britain, like the government of Italy, like the government of Germany is also waking up. They are waking up. It is just left for our liaisons in Europe and across board to buckle their trousers, to launch their seatbelt very well, because this is the only time we have to let them to know that we're together, that thing that used to frighten them, it's not going to be a problem as far as we are concerned. We are talking about the preservation of humanity. So, based on the kind of persons we have in our liaisons, then the government will have the courage to support us, because them supporting us, we already from the country where we reside, we don't have any problem. Them supporting us is going to also give them hope of survival. That's why I like the kind of a government that is ruling the world now, from the ecclesia and from the governmental side, Donald Trump and the Pope of the Vatican. Because I recall that it was this Pope, Leo XIV, the first pontiff to analytically express the annihilation of Christians, especially of that of Nigeria. After Pope John Paul II, who visited Nigeria around 1983, something like that. So he's the first Pope that, vehemently defended Christians in Nigeria, because you see the government that is there. So all these things are what we call concatenazione. It is a chain reaction, because when God, according to Bible, wants to liberate his people, he will touch the heart of the kings and the queens, and all of them behave in the same similar pattern. So our diplomatic relations have yielded lots of fruit, to the extent that even they are mocking the Nigerian government, who spend above 9 million to counter the obvious. The obvious is that it is long. It's been long that the jihadists has been killing Christians, and nobody has ever talked. Not that people don't talk, but it has never been brought to the international stage as it is being brought in this particular regime of the BRGIE. So our people should know that, look, this is the golden opportunity for us to get our freedom. All those that have been making noise or sabotaging our efforts, I think that with time, they will know that you don't need to have two governments. I've never seen a country that have two governments. A country have one government. Now, government in exile can never be two. You cannot abandon the first registered government in exile and go and create another one because of your selfish interest or for any reason. No. And above all, the most important thing that the world wants to see from us is how we cooperate, how we respect our law. Our law is our charter and our bylaw. How we coordinate and cooperate, how we do understand ourselves in this particular, government struggle for us to be recognized. That is very, very important. So that is the reason and why our people should give their maximum support to Honorable Ogechkunkere, because it is thanks to his diplomatic relations and the endeavors that made America to see what was happening in Nigeria and therefore they became provoked and they invoked that law on the protection of persecuted people. And they sent their Christmas gift, the New Year gift, and etc. Before sending the Christmas gift, I think there was the designation of the zoo as country of particular concern. And all these people fighting against, that are envious and are fighting against Ogechkunkere, they thought that it is just singular person. Nobody owns Bricky. Those people, they cannot even be ashamed of themselves that even the international journalists, they are saying that it is BRGIE, Biafran government, Republic government in exile, that was the one behind the Cruz, action and all these, lawmakers of the United States of America. Even though it is coming from the mouth of the white men, still all these people that are envious, I don't know why they are envious. They are still antagonizing. But I have told them in several of my broadcasts on the way that, look, there has never been three governments in exile. Anything, any spirit that tells you as a member of brigade to go and create another brigade, that is evil spirit. And if it is worse, if you see yourself as a professor or a PhD holder or a doctor, academic doctor or any doctor of nomenclature, and you don't understand that you don't need three governments, that you only need to nurture the government that has already existed. If you don't understand that primary lesson and reality, it means that your education is questionable. Your education is questionable because hence we are talking about government. Government is not association. Government in exile is not an association. You don't have to triplicate or duplicate or quadruplicate or quintuplicate. No, you don't have to, to replicate all those, the government. Government should be one and maintained. So that's what our people need to understand. And two, for those supporting Ogechkunkere, which is due and very correct, know you that Ogechkunkere was the one that did exactly what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu wanted, together with Savonekpa. And we have never had him having problem with the duo. Problem came gradually when some people brought Ngozi Orabueze into the brigade. So if any one of us knew when Ngozi Orabueze entered into brigade, know you that was the time problem started. Till she thought that she has achieved. I know that most people have not yet understood that she was the problem. That was the reason I've been calling on many people trying to make a truce, because I've seen the taproot of the problem. So if those that survived the wave of Ngozi Orabueze of December 2024, still went back and started attacking the foundation. It means that if they are educated, the education should be thrown to the animals. Let them devour it in the bush. Or they have a questionable reason why they are with BRGIE. And if the zoo buy you over, know you that you cannot succeed by stopping the coming of Biafra, because you have already failed. Because none of your group can do what BRGIE, original BRGIE, is doing. You can never do it. And if we happen to see you to court, we will defeat you. Because what you did is never done in freedom fight. You cannot create a parallel government in exile. What you're supposed to have done is to work together in synergy with that already existing government and make sure you liberate and defend Biafra land. By the time we are totally in charge of Biafra land, as we are defending Biafra land, you also support and synergize to make sure that there is one voice in terms of diplomatic relationship, not when Ogechkunkere goes to Washington. When he goes out, Madam or Abeze will enter and say, no, I am the USB charger. That one is not. Then when she goes out, Chioma will enter and say, I am THE, BRGIE. The other two are not correct. Then when she goes out, Daddy Oranjo will come and say, Emaponyembo. Oh, Moab, is your China, France, Nada, no one. I am the one. The other three are not. It means Nunu Wondiara. Very, very unethical. So people who really wish us well should know that they should follow one. There is one God. There is one faith. There is one baptism, one God who is Christ. I don't want to take you religiously, but there is one God, there is one faith, there is one baptism, one God who is Christ. There is one government, there is one people, there is one prime minister, there is one diplomatic relationship. There is one voice. There is one people. There is one purpose. That is the formula. That we change the prime minister. It is in accordance to the law. It's because he is in a place where he cannot exercise fully his duty. And our charter said, this is the process we have to undergo in order to continue pushing the boat ahead. Nothing has changed. Nulla si crea, nulla si distrugge. Tutto si trasforma. Nothing is created. Nothing is destroyed, but everything is duly transformed. That is a Mendel theory. You know, that is how it is. So all those people talking nonsense is either they are compromised or they are very, very ignorant. So continue supporting BRGIE through Mazio Gichkunkere because he is the correct person. The government is on the correct trail. I don't want to waste our time again, but this is anybody hearing the voice of mine today, that is the correct way. Because before God, very correct. Before the law, very correct. Before man, very, very correct. God bless you as you support BRGIE. I yield. Thank you.
In seculorum. Thank you, MID. I love that song. Maybe next time you sing again for us. Our choir master, in seculorum. Yes, thank you, my brother. Yeah, please, my brothers and sisters, share the space. So, because I will soon end this space with the, after at Ade. Minister Love, are you there? I think she's not still close to her mic. Yes, at Ade Prince, you have the mic. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Adatito. Yeah, give them chance to speak, okay?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. At Ade Prince, you have the mic.
Good evening, Biafrans. Good evening. Good evening, all the cabinet of the BRGIE. I am the prince, not a the prince, the prince at the prince. Thank God for network today on my area in Biafra land, that I can stay this long, because anytime I come on, they will kick me out. So network will stop. At times I will be there. I cannot do anything. I cannot come up. I cannot request for anything. Thank God for today. Greetings, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'm speaking from Biafra land. See, there is something I want to say here, which most of us already know, but I just want to refresh our memory. From time immemorial, when our able leader, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, was there with us, there are so many people by the side, kicking him left and right, kicking him left and right. And when they finally kidnapped him, Prime Minister came up and took the mantle. I know how he has been kicked, even rebelled of being sponsored by Tinubu administration, $15 million and all that. He keep on until when they see that he's not a pushover, and he has been establishing this our liaison office all over Europe. And guess what? That time our office in USA was established. There is one man, I don't know his name, and his gang that went to that house to go and remove our flag. And the Prime Minister promised us that he will do something. Till date, I have not seen that man meddle with our agitation or our work again in Biafra freedom. You see, when the Biafran Republic government in exile sued Ngozi Orebeze after all she did, I'm trying to cut it short so that I will not take long in court, and our Prime Minister intervened. I was not happy. I was bitter because I know, had it been that that court went to all this shenanigan on network and everywhere, we would have stopped. I thank God for today, and I thank God for our Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister. Sir, I know you will listen to this space, this our meeting today, the Biafran Republic Government in Exile media meeting. Sir, I want to say this to you. Do not look at anybody's face, even if it is my mom or my dad that is standing on our way. Sue the person to court. Let the person answer to Biafrans. Because I know that BRGIE is the only registered entity to fight for us, according to our Prime Minister. And it is written there. Those people that think that they can do anyhow and get away with it, it is high time to bring them to book. It is high time to let them know that they cannot distract us any longer. It is time to tell them to drop whatever they are doing in meddling with our freedom. If they cannot join us, they should better stamp down, because we don't need any distraction this time. Whom we are fighting and whom we are trying to separate ourselves from are doing everything possible in order to make us to always fight ourselves. Those people they are using is within, and those people they are using that is within have to be dealt with. Seriously, once I see 1 or 2 or 3 people being dealt with, the rest will go to bed. Once any of them is dealt with, everybody will either queue online to support or stay back. I know so many people who are not on our program these days now. Somebody like a Biafran Queen, so many of them that are trying to know which one should I follow, which person should I follow. These people are not steady, they are not together. Knowing fully well that this is the truth and this is where I'm supposed to be. And they are trying to say it's only Mazen Nnamdi Kanu or our PM, former PM Simon Ekpa, that they know. That is very wrong. Does it mean that these people, if they are not around, that nobody can lead us? There's no capable hand any longer. There's no one who can take us to where we're supposed to be. Look at what our PM, present PM, have done without being PM, just an acting prime minister. Now he is prime minister. Is when he needed us. And now he will do that which they think that he cannot do. My people, I don't have much to say except this which I just dropped. I greet you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my brother. At the Prince, thank you for the correction. God bless you for that submission. You really poured out your mind. And you know, we have the best government and we have the best leader that is listening to his followers. And that leader is our Prime Minister, Ogechukwu Nkere. It is Biafra first. I have said it, everybody should drop their emotions. We are not here to build friendship and abandon our freedom. We are not here to please anyone. We are not here for competition. We are here to bring what we have and we all pull our resources together and get our freedom. That is what matters right now. Because if I want to bring all that I've said together, it is very deep. Now you look at Nigeria that has signed 1 million contract with their lobbying firm. They are already terrified. The table has flipped. This is not what they expected. You know, the panic started from when Orabeze failed to deliver. Imam Madabo failed to deliver. Because the reason why they were silent, if you go back and listen to Patrick, I cannot forget that man's interview. Why now? That was the question the man asked. Why now? And why spend such amount of money now? Because they thought their paid agent will succeed to destroy Briggy. So by the time they realized that they will not be able to destroy Briggy, and Donald Trump threatened them with military action, they woke up. And Ribadu said, no, this my father's great-great-great-grandfather's Islamic agenda from Ahmadu Bello and all of them cannot be destroyed like that. And started scrambling, and they finally got this lobbying firm. Deposited the first 4.5 million US dollars. So they are terrified. They know that their internal contradictions are now visible to the world. They know that every year that passes weakens their position and strengthens Biafra's own. And they know that time is running out for them. There is no remedy. There is no way out for them. You see, this lobbying contract will run through till June 2026. That is like 5 months from now. And by the time it expires, one or two things will happen. One of these will happen. This is just my own belief. It's either Nigeria will renew the contract because they are still losing that narrative war, which proves that strategy is working, or they will abandon lobby because it is not delivering results, which still prove that they've given up on controlling the Washington narrative. But either way, we are winning. We are winning. But I want Biafrans to join the lobbying team. Contact Minister COS. He is in charge. Contact him. Follow him. Message him. Tell him you want to join. Let him add you. Because there is diplomatic war. DC lobbying war. Nigeria is not hiding it, even though we know that they are failing. So we can only sustain this victory if Biafrans understand what is at stake and support Biafra Republic government in exile. Headed by Ogechukwu Nkere. I told you there is no way Mama Dabu can elect himself as a prime minister under which entity? It's not possible. Not even Ngozi Orazigwe. Now she has jumped out to claim Briggy. Evidence are out there. Briggy that she dissolved and even backed it up with a written document. The day she dissolved Briggy was the day she also dissolved her former prime minister, Simon Ekpa. So why is she jumping out to do as if she loves Simon Ekpa? You see, Simon Ekpa that she said it would be better if he stays there longer. The longer he stays in prison, the better. Where did this love wanting come from? You see? So we have to come together and forget about all these people. We don't even need their sabotage anymore. God will bring fresh Biafrans that will be moved through the action of our lobbyists in Washington, D.C. Because I believe that the entire world might have listened to the interview organized for this Patrick Smith. You know, Patrick Smith's observation has stuck me with throughout this entire conversation. And he said that Biafra stopped asking the world to feel sorry for us and started showing why ignoring us is costly to international interest. That shift is everything. And we've been able to achieve that through our lobbies. That's the difference between being victims and being strategic political actors. Who made that possible? Our lobbyists. Through our government in exile, headed by our Prime Minister, Ogechukwu Nkeri. So when we tell Washington a stable, independent Biafra serves your interest better than a chaotic, a collapsing Islamic terrorist country, Nigeria, that is a strategic argument, and we back it up with evidence. That is the language of power. And that is how you win in DC. They need facts, they need conviction, they need transparency. Because before you even go there, they've already scanned you. They know what you are and what you are made up of. So, but we can only make that argument credibly if we demonstrate that we can govern ourselves, that we can unite our community, that we can sustain our institutions over time. Every moment we spend fighting each other instead of Nigerian undermines that argument. We don't want this kind of fight again. Every dollar, every gemma, every whatever currency we withhold from our institution weakens our position. So release what you have. Release it to Biafra Republic government in exile. Give us your IOU. We have the resources to pay you back. Go to our website, www.biafrarepublicgovernment.org. Go and click donate. Contact our COS for the same IOU. Minister Love is all the ministers, contact them. They know how to lead you. It's a very lucrative investment, having a double portion of what you invest. And you know we can do it because we have the resources to do it. Every time we question our leadership publicly, we give ammunition to the Nigerian lobbyists who are trying to convince Washington that Biafrans are not ready for self-governance. So, please, Biafrans, let us, come together and nail this once and for all, because this is what victory looks like in its early stage, not a dramatic. No. Patrick gave us, I love this man too much. I sleep with this interview every time. He gave us the framework. He said that Nigeria's biggest enemy is time. He really exposed Nigeria. He did not even act as a British national that should give support to Nigeria. Every month that passes, more evidence will accumulate, and that is what is playing out. Every incident like the Kaduna kidnapping proves our point just the day before yesterday. This is a country that paid lobby to tell US that they are protecting Christians. And on Sunday, bagam, they kidnapped 160 Christians. Every contradiction like the screwdriver scandal weakens their position. Because that is a slap on United States intelligence. Nigeria no dey fear. You see? Every dollar that they spend on lobbying is an admission that they can't solve the problem through governance. It shows their weaknesses. Remember when Chris asked Patrick during the interview, he said, does this show weakness? He said, but this is how everybody is doing. He dodged from answering that question because it shows Nigerian weakness. You are weak. You have the channel to discuss directly with the Department of War. Why now go and hire lobbyists? Why spend such amount of money? Why now? Why now? So we are winning, and Nigeria knows it. Washington is starting to see it. The only question is, do Biafrans understand it that we are winning and that we need to do more? Because if we do, if we truly grasp how close we are and how fragile this moment is, then we'll do what is necessary. And the only thing that is necessary right now is Eja and Ejema. We will fund our institutions properly. We will stop this internal fighting. We will support our Prime Minister Ogechukwu Nkere. We will coordinate our effort. We will match Nigeria's desperation with our determination. We have everything that we need. What is left now is Eja and Ejema. But if we don't, if we keep treating, this like business as usual, I can sabotage and go scot-free. If we keep undermining our own institution and keep waiting for someone else to fund the struggle, then we will look back at 2026 as the year we had best chance and fumble it. If we are still waiting for our leaders in detention to lead you from detention, then you'll be the greatest mugu. Because they cannot do it. They can't speak for you from detention. They don't even know what is happening. Watch and see, all this Simon say will stop very soon. Now our former Prime Minister will live a healthy life because nobody will be bombarding him with gossip. So that is a little a contribution I want to add before I end this space, honestly. So I don't want that to happen. I really don't want that to happen. I want us to move forward. I want us to come together. That is the energy that we need now. That is the commitment that wins lobbying wars. That is the unity that terrifies the Nigerian terrorist country. Nigeria has hired these lobbyists to hide the truth. And we have hired our own lobbyists to expose it. Truth always wins on its own. But truth backed with resources. Truth backed with coordination. That is unstoppable truth. So the war in DC is not about money. It's about who runs out of credibility first. Who runs out of it? Nigeria is running on empty. One, because they've already finished. Nothing there to show for their credibility. Their $9 million cannot fix this contradiction flying everywhere. They claim to protect people. They can't protect. They claim to have credibility, while the screwdriver salesman scandal is circulating. They claim, stability, while more than 50,000 people die every year in Nigeria. So we don't need this $9 million to beat them. We just need to keep exposing reality. And reality is on our side. Reality is 160 worshippers kidnapped in Kaduna. Reality is Patrick, documented conflict zone casualty levels. Reality is the New York Times exposing their contradictions. I don't know, I'm talking too much. Reality is our hope. Unity is our strength. So Nigeria is lobbying to survive as a state. Biafra is lobbying to exist as a nation. So one of those is defense, one is offense. And offense wins every time. So let's begin to act. Let's act like we are winning because we are winning. But how do we win more? We need more wins. We need Eje and Ejema. Fund your freedom. Fund our institutions like we are building a nation because that's what we are doing. Support our leaders like we are in the final phase because we are. Defend our unity like our freedom depends on it because that is what it depends on. Please, my people. I don't know if anybody have anything to add because I will end the space here. Yeah. So my people, thank you so much. My co-host, we are winning in DC. Nigeria knows it. You know it that we are winning. Now go make sure everyone else knows it too. Spread the information. Let everybody know what is happening. They should go to our website because every day Nigeria survives without solving its internal contradiction is another day we get closer to our freedom. It's a fact. Go to our website, www.biafrarepublicgovernment.org. Click donate and support your freedom. Support your liberation. Support your unborn generation. Support our lobbyists. Support our diplomatic engagement. Contact your admin back home. Pay your liberation tax before 15th of every month. You know what it will do. Fund your security. Fund your defense. The terrorists are spreading in Nigeria like wildfire. Please. So, my co-host, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Madam Chair. Thank you very much. I spoke well. Permit me, the whole house, to seize this opportunity to appreciate. As at yesterday, I tried to enter the space and say hi to the house and greet veterans. Veterans, you really did well, marvelously breaking it down, because we are just in the era of this narrative, putting the truth before the world with evidences, facts, and witness that can well be verified. Having spoken that, I want to commend my host who has done justice to this topic, exposing Nigeria and making it much more known to our Biafrans, the importance and the strength of our lobbyists who has been able to get the first-hand opportunity in Washington, D.C., as well to be able to table before them that which has pleased Nigerians to be on their toes and running up and down, spending all the dollars in millions instead of thinking of you that thought Nigeria is working for you. If Nigeria was working for you, will you be crying about your hospital? Should you be complaining about your education? Even the 3 square meals, should you be crying about it? Yesterday, I saw in Lagos when a tankard got an accident and the fuel was just like pouring out and see people under it. You could see the damage they've done to the mental of people, controlling the narrative of their mindset with poverty, abject poverty, not minding how their life is going to be wasted and fried away in a second. Is that a Nigeria you want to be proud of? And we Biafrans, we saw this, and we think that no, this is not human. This is insane. We cannot be in an environment or a society that can be proud of with such a dignity that they've lacked. And this is what we project. We stood ground and we've been working assiduously with our lobby firm who have been doing tremendously well. Why will you then set yourself back, Biafrans? This is an opportunity. We need not to fight ourselves and we need not to drag ourselves up and down. That money that we can use to drag you and fight you can as well be used and utilized alongside with our lobbyists and our armies on ground, and they can do the needful and get it quickly as possible and see that no one will win this battle as early as possible. So I want to say thank you very much, everyone that has graced this opportunity. And please always endeavor as you come to this space, irrespective of whoever that is on stage, endeavor you share this space, because dissemination of information is where we find ourselves now. The narrative needs to be handled and controlled. And we are winning the upper hand. Biafran is ahead of them. It has gone from the era where they use their so-called media house to change the narrative. We have this very privilege through this very free media opportunity that space has given to us. So please endeavor. Our opportunity is here for you to utilize it and do that which is needful. And you'll be proud that you have done that which is right, because your freedom is very, very vital. Your generation unborn will look back to say you have done that which is right, that we have fought a fight of justice and that we have prevailed. And our leader as well will be proud of us that we are coordinated people and they've laid a good foundation that we have really trained upon. That is what I expect every Biafran. Please, your EJ, your EJMA is essential. In fact, do it as a business. Your IOU can come in, whereby you get yourself involved, and whatever thing you offer to us, we have 100% reward back to you. and even will be on the Golden Book, and you'll be much more recognized and appreciated. We have what it takes to pay you back, and you can do that to your best. Thank you very much. We appreciate every one of you. I say thank you once again. Thank you, my host.
Yeah, thank you so much, my co-host. Thank you, and it was a nice experience to work with you today. Thank you, all the great speakers. Thank you, all the listeners. God bless you all. As I said before, it is going to be a very short space. We've spent like, I think, 2 hours, 30 minutes. Yeah, why I'm closing is because of work tomorrow. It's already 9 p.m. from my side. So I just said I should come in and speak to Biafrans within those few hours. So thank you so much. I really appreciate each and every one of you that tune in. And please help to share so that others will get the information as well. Thank you from my side. I love you all. Good night from here.